I mean, if they manage to do this without doing severe damage to the economy, and we erase a lot of our deficit, not debt, but deficit, we get it reduced down to like Obama levels, or maybe 2011 levels, um, and the economy doesn't crash, you're going to see Vance become president, or you're going to see the Republicans continue this reign that they have. But they've got to deliver. If they crash the economy doing this, no one's going to forget about it. And the economy's already on walking a freaking blade right now. I don't know if any of you have been paying attention to the, like, social media, and I don't really watch it a lot. I can't help it because it keeps coming up on my feed. But man, are there some people that are spend their entire day talking shit about Elon and Trump. Like, it's really bad. What do they call that? Trump derangement syndrome. It's really
Yeah.
bad. Like,
I
I'm
mean,
actually
what, did you
really
ever
concerned.
see anybody having this much angst over Biden or anybody? Never. I
No,
don't
everybody would
know.
just kind of make fun of Biden for falling up the stairs. That was about, and I don't think that was right, making fun of him because of his physical, you know, or his mental state or whatever. But it was really elementary. It was very limited. But now there's like a congresswoman or congressman that is now under investigation because on the floor he made threats to Elon or Trump. I can't remember which one. But it's that bad to where our own Congress people are making threats against the president and his people. Like, I've never seen that before. Like, physical, like, death threats. Like using the words like they need to be eliminated and stuff like that. It's just, I don't know. I've never seen it like that before. So bad. There's people like on.
Isn't it so funny how that's how the perception was of, I don't know, the other flip side, but it seems like that's where it's coming from. It's not coming from that side. It's coming from
Well, yeah,
that
the
side.
conservatives definitely have their kooks, but they're like, I remember one
Yeah.
screamed out and said liar in the middle of like a State of a Union. That's not the same as
Oh,
like
yeah,
a death threat, right?
exactly. It's
It may be unhinged and it may be a little crazy, but it's not like, I don't think I
mhm,
ever heard anybody threaten Biden during this 4 years, you know.
no.
And let's not forget they tried to kill Trump twice.
I think there was some listening devices discovered in his desk too,
Oh my God.
yesterday or the day before, something like that.
I don't know why you want to listen on him, and he has a press briefing every morning. He tells you everything he's gonna do to you. Like, you know what I'm saying?
More
There's no secrets
more
with
than
the
enough.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, more than
Oh,
enough.
here we are taking this dip again.
God damn. They are ruthless with this selling.
Oh, it's just, and this is a peak instead of a, oh geez. This resistance is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yo, Dbloc, thanks for moving that magnet on the
Oh,
stream reset. Seems to be
The hammer and the
the hammer and the magnet, man.
I don't know. We might be under this for a while. It sure looks like it.
It's just these. I guess for me, like I'm okay with this downtrend, right? But when it dumps, there's there's the recovery is weak if there's even one.
Yeah.
That box that he's got for the weekend trap, that hole, look how much it dropped, then look how much it recovered. That's pathetic.
Yeah.
And that is then already a drop after a drop after another drop. You see, it's like,
Dude, I'm telling you, I don't want to be bearish, but this is feeling like the end of
Oh,
the
it's
last
bearish.
cycle right now,
It's oh,
where I kept going, oh,
we
it's
have
just we're just cooling off for a bit, we're no, it just kept going down, and by the time you're down at 15,000K on Bitcoin, you're sitting there going, holy crap, why did I hold on? I'm not saying I did that, but I left a little bit on the table, just a tiny bit.
it's just not recovering like it should. And it's not just from this one, it's from the previous. We're not getting back over those previous pivot points at all.
So we're either going to see a really big death candle, or we're going to all get faked out, and this big greeny weenie is going to come out of nowhere.
Well, you don't want to miss out on the recovery, and then you don't want to be sitting here like a sitting duck waiting for the drop to
72.
40 either.
I feel like we're just in like a sensitive market, and it's like one piece of positive news could put us up, and one piece of negative news could take it all away.
I don't feel like it's reacting to any news.
Well,
I mean,
I think it is. I mean, there's definitely. I mean, we definitely saw a pump off of the Coinbase drop, but then that got eaten up by the ETH hack, if you want to consider that a hack, I guess.
yeah,
I think
no, that's good.
once this new administration makes, like there's a lot of talk about this is what we're going to do. We formed this crypto task force. I think once we start seeing some action on that, there may be that's where we're going to make that play.
I wonder how crypto will respond if we find out we don't have gold in Fort Knox. Do you think it go up or go down?
I think it will be first like somewhat panic reaction and everything will drop and then it will shoot up, I guess.
Well, we have to get over this 1 hour 800, and that's still up over the top.
I know Dbloc's off mic, but like when he writes 2x bottom, I feel like he's written that before. Like, how many X bottoms do we have to have? Like, this has been a bottom like 14 frickin' times.
How was it in the previous bull market, for example? Was it similar or?
I don't think we're similar in the drop, because like, Bitcoin still last market, like everything was dropping as Bitcoin kind of dropped. You know what I mean? Like it would have that bottom, Bitcoin drop, bottom. It would drop again. Everybody was like, well, let's buy the next dip. Let's buy the next, keep buying the dip. And then it was like, it keeps dipping. But Bitcoin's just kind of floating. I mean, I don't see anything scary unless we drop below 92, and I mean, we're just kind of how many times has Bitcoin in the last since November tested 92? 1, almost there, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 15 times?
I know, man. It's ridiculous. But then go to the last cycle and just look on the daily. You can see that we're definitely not on a blow off top. So like if you look at the major dips that happened, like when it went into a bear market, it pumped before it dropped hard. And we haven't pumped in a long time. So I really don't see it dropping hard here, but the bleed off is like seems to be worse than like huge dumps. The bleed off, it's like they know they can't dump it hard because it'll get bought up. So they just bleed us off. Slow capitulation.
Mhm.
But I
Okay, so the
love
daily the
I
daily
love the
looks good.
support at 90 though. It's pretty nice.
The daily looks
Sorry.
real good. No, I'm sorry.
So if
See
you look at
the
if you look at the last cycle, BJ, and you look at every single time that it did severe dumpage and didn't come back, it was always after a major pump.
Mhm.
And if you compare that pattern to the pattern that we're at right now, we haven't had a pump since January 14th.
I miss the pumps.
The
I'm only
pumps
here
are
for the
fun.
I'm only here for the pumps, and there ain't been no pumps.
It's good. It's like I feel like I guess I traded the bear market, right? And I traded all of the severe drops and then would the dead cat bounces, whatever, and got out every time. And I'm kind of starting to feel that way. I'm starting to feel just trade the drops and then get out, trade the drops and get out. And to me, that is not consistent with a bull market. I don't know. Maybe I'm just delusional, but like I feel like I'm trading a bear market right now.
Sometimes it helps if you flip your monitor over.
Yep.
It's easier, BJ, if you flip yours only 15 inches, BJ. So if you flip it over, you can kind of angle the chart the way you want it.
Yep.
Duct tape your laptop upside down.
Yeah, once we get you that widescreen, it's gonna be a lot harder for you to manipulate it, BJ. You know what I mean? You're gonna want to, like, I got that 46-inch screen, so like when you throw it on like the 5-minute, it's like it really looks like you're like seriously pumping. You know what I mean?
I
Or
bet.
just or just zoom in like crazy. You know what I mean? Then you get the real big candles.
Oh, that would be awesome. We can just pretend we're getting the pump.
Feels nice outside here. 5 o'clock in the morning. People are just starting to get moving. 40 degrees. I might even hit the car wash today, even though there's like so much salt on the road, it don't matter. But I got that unlimited pass for the car wash, so it's like I go there just to take my kid through it, like sometimes twice in a day. I look for that's 3 minutes of my life that's like fun and exciting in the winter.
Well,
You got the
yeah.
lights flashing.
I'm glad you find something that excites you in the winter.
You have to, man. I'm telling you, it's like 3 minutes of my day. It'll be snowing outside. I'll be driving through the car wash, and I'm like, man, they got the heat lamps, the lights going, the bubbles all over the place. It makes you feel like when you get out of the car wash, it's gonna be nice outside, and then you go right back into the slushing crap, and you're like, this sucks. But my kid likes it, so
Hmm.
it's like $40 a month or something. I got to use it like once a week for it to make sense, but I've been averaging like 4 or 5 times at least.
Well, then that's a deal.
Yeah, it's like killer deal just to clean the salt off because man, PA will just eat your vehicles.
You have to have that salt washed off.
Once we get the garage up this year, it'll be nice because this should be the last year I have to deal with this crap. I just want to have the 60 by 100 and, pole building up so that I can.
Are you putting a heater in it?
Yeah, we're going to do like the heat in the floor and the concrete floor. Like a barn dominium is basically what we're building.
Yes, sounds good.
That's
So
awesome.
I grew up in Minnesota, and we had a heater in our garage, and oh my goodness, that was a luxury. I'm telling you what.
I'm old school, so I like having like the wood burner. Like we're going to definitely have the, wood fire, but at the same time, like an
Yeah.
outdoor wood boiler with the pipes in the floor, and then, just do that to heat everything.
Yeah, we
Heat
have
the
a
slab.
wood fire in our basement, or a wood stove, and we have to have it going all the time because it gets cold. Let me tell you.
There's nothing like the energy you get off a campfire, like
Yeah,
I like my dad has a wood pellet stove and that's cool, but it's not the same as having just a nice fire in front of you.
I even had a wood fireplace in Florida. I loved it. You wouldn't think we'd use it much, but in the wintertime we did use it.
I mean, that's all we do. I have a gas furnace HVAC system, but I try not to turn it on. We spend like our summer collecting all the wood from downed trees from the winter on my property, and we split. That's how we kind of get in shape, is we split with the splitting maul and just get it all stacked
Yeah.
and ready for the winter. And that's all we've been doing. That's the only way I can get my kids to hang out with us, is to get them out of their rooms and off their video games, is to come hang out
It
by a
would.
fire.
My kid's 3 years old and he has his own axe already, and I got to watch with him because he's ready to go. He's just learning. He's
Just
like,
put your head
I never have
into it.
he can't even carry the 5-pound axe. He just drags it around, but he's been ready to go. I can't wait. This year he should be able to start learning a little bit.
No, my son goes nuts with that splitting maul. At first it was hard, but now he's like, I don't know, he's getting better. That he's getting to the point where he's getting better than me, which is good. And we have a splitter. We have a splitting machine, but he just doesn't want to use it. And I'm like, good for you.
That's
It isn't as much fun. I mean, that's what my YouTube channel is like all about, is property stuff and firewood and axes and stuff. And I got a splitter too, but I don't know. I like the old school split with an axe. There's something about it.
You use an axe or splitting maul?
I use like a 5-pound splitting axe. I have some mauls too, but I'm more of a splitting profile axe.
Yep. I just use whatever tool works. If it's stubborn, I'll use the maul. If it's nice dry wood, I'll use the axe. We have a lot of stubborn trees, a lot of knotty trees.
We get the building up this year. I might do an event at the property for YouTube and people I know. We'll see once I have all of our ducks in a row.
that's one where we're gonna bring our tents and our campers, right?
You know it. It could be fun. I mean, I definitely have the space to do it, but we'll see how everything materializes once we. Hopefully, this weather breaks here, because for the septic system we need to have a few days above 42 degrees
Yeah.
to do the perk test and stuff, which she did. My enforcement officer's pretty confident that we'll have no problem. It's just where we put it. And we were trying to get that done right in November, and then the weather shifted to cold and we got screwed. So the little house passed already, but we're going to be putting in a new system, and that's going to take probably, I'm hoping like in the next week or two that the weather breaks a little bit and it thaws out, and then we can get that done, and then hopefully be, starting to clear ground and do what we got to do in March or, mid-March, somewhere in that range. Hope to have it all filmed, make videos on the channel.
I mean, it's hard to believe that we are going to be in March. And what, 5 days, 4
Yeah, I
days?
know, it's crazy. Like that's why like so many people are behind, and then it'll hit us real quick. Like it'll go from like being crappy to being nice. Like last year this time we could have already been rolling, but we still have 5 inches of snow on the ground right now.
Yeah, we just got another 4+ inches. Most of it is, well, I would say a good part of it is gone. We took a drive today, and I cannot believe the amount of flooding that happened on the rivers. The banks were really, it was very evident that the river came up over the top, because you could see the gutting of the banks, even up to the road. You could tell. I was kind of shocked at how much you could tell had flooded.
I got about I'm trying to think of what time I want to leave here. I got about an hour drive, maybe a little over an hour to the first client. I don't think they're there at 6 though. I think they're there at 7. So I have to kill about 45 more minutes.
All right, so on the 2 hour, we got a little bit to climb to reach it at 50, right up there at that 96,362. It's amazing. It's right there at that line.
Yo, if you're in the YouTube chat and you just got back since Dbloc reset it, make sure you hit that up. Get those pumping a little bit.
Okay, we're about to get this 15-minute 50 again. Maybe this will be the start of a uptrend here, kind of a almost cup and handle type formation. It looks like
This morning might be interesting with stock market opening up after a hack and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I guess
everything
I
pretty
could
much,
turn the business news up.
everything just like peaked in like end of November, December. You know, it's like that's where everything was ripping. I don't know. The daily doesn't look. The daily just looks ranging for Bitcoin, so it's not. I mean, pumping from
I think the daily
69,000.
looks good.
Yeah, I mean 69,000 to 92,000 was, and then we just ranged two little tops there. 108.
Mhm. I'm gonna have to fix my chart. It's getting too cluttered. Oh, well, I'm gonna try to get a little bit of sleep before I have to go to the airport.
What time do you have to do that?
Oh, I have to leave here about 10:30. I think his plane comes in 11:30. So maybe 10
Oh, yeah,
o'clock, I
at least you
guess.
can get a couple. You can get a couple hours.
Yeah.
I just got kill. Like I'm gonna be on here for a while because usually I listen in while I'm driving, and most of my morning's gonna be driving. It looks like.
Yep. Well, remember that the daily, this really just needs to climb over this 50 EMA and the 50 MA. I mean, of course, after the smaller EMAs, but if we can hop over that 50 MA, that's at 98,844. That's
DJ Gizmo. Did you say that that's Joe from in here, or there's a couple Joes?
you talking to me?
YouTube chat.
Oh,
Binance is selling ETH. Yeah, I saw that. Saw that. I don't know. Ethereum's taking a beating anyway. I mean, I do have a decent bag in Ethereum. I should probably keep an eye on that a little bit more. But
is the Binance selling ETH article about the fact that they were going to support the hack? Weren't they? Didn't they pledge something to BitGet because of the hack?
yeah, there
So
was a lot of that. But this, I think this is like their wallet selling. But that could be like, and then now it just says market maker Wintermute has withdrawn a large amount of Solana from Binance in the past 4 hours. Like there's a lot of whale activity right now. 51 million XRP transferred from unknown wallet to Bybit.
they're positioning themselves for the dip, maybe. Or they're thinking of selling. Somebody sold a whole lot of XRP from something I read. I'm trying to remember what I read. I believe it was yesterday. Somebody sold at oh rats, before I say something I better look it up. Well, shoot, Bitcoin is
Gizmo, I'm not fully back in. I'm like 3/4 of the way back in with all the profits. Well, not all the profits. I kept some because we're doing this build for the house stuff, because everybody in here was like, even Dbloc was like, dude, when XLM ripped, I had a big bag, and I was like, this
Yep.
is literally like life changing. So like Dbloc, everybody was like, I could hear it in your voice, pull it back. But I'm on the profits I kept to play with. I'm buying a little bit of Doge here, 22. I just had a buy at 22 7, I think, somewhere in that range, like, and then 22.8, I think, and a couple little things. But I'm not going crazy. Like Doge is really the only like meme that I don't even know if I would consider that a meme anymore, but that's probably my only riskier, I would, for lack of better, I mean, it's all risky, but like for lack
Yeah.
of better terms, that's my probably riskier play. XRP, I'm just kind of sitting on because that I'm in. I mean, a lot of the stuff I was in the single digits. So even Bitcoin, I haven't really touched much Bitcoin. I did pull some profits at 108. That's the first time I've sold Bitcoin in probably since I bought it, actually. Maybe ever. I don't even know if I had one sell Bitcoin a while back and kicked myself in the ass, and then bought it back. And then that drop in 2022 or whatever it was, I was really buying that. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, I just feel like Doge in the low 20s is like, I think there's more of a chance of the upside than down. Not saying it couldn't go back to like 5 cents again, but if it continues going down, I'll probably continue buying because it's worked out for me in the past. That's just my.
Yeah.
I tend to get active in the red, like where everybody's like scared in the red, and even if it's a long-term bag for me, I tend to do the opposite, and like red is usually good for
that
me.
is the time to buy. Yes. I think Doge has a little bit more to go, but it is not bad to start buying here. No, but I think I'm not feeling it's ready to be.
Like a Doge at 16 cents, I would go all in.
That's where I'm more comfortable. 16, 17, 19, but the 24, 23, 22, I'm just not feeling it yet. But I could be totally wrong, and it could rip tomorrow, and I would be, probably.
Yeah, well, that's what happened. Like when Bitcoin was dropping in 2022, whatever, and everybody was like, "Oh, it's going to 10,000. It's going to 10." A lot of that never came for, well, it never came for people, and I was like,
Yeah,
I forget. I think it was in the 20s. Maybe
it was. Yep.
maybe
Because I bought it at 26.
Yeah, I waited a little bit, and but I did start buying in like the 20. I mean, uh my average on Bitcoin's like $9,300 or something like that. That's like my average, which is like killer. So I, everybody else was like, it's gonna get down to 10. It's gonna get down to 10. I was like, I don't, unless something catastrophic happens and this falls out. I didn't really see it, and I did have some really good buys. I think at like 15 or 16, something like that. But
15,750 is where I bought too.
yeah, that might be right in that range. And I'm like, I just sat on it, and then like I didn't do anything with that for 2 years. Like that was just an accumulation play of see what happens. And then for a couple times I'd log in the summer, and it was like crap, and I'm like, okay, cool, like it's got to bounce back. And then this year I'm just like, wow, all those things played off. So after that, I kind of learned, like, not really learned, but I made most of everything I've ever made in crypto buying whenever everybody was freaking out.
Don't you remember when Bitcoin was at that 19 for a while too?
Oh
19 and
yeah, yep.
19 and 21 were big numbers, I remember too.
Dominance right now is just blowing off the chart, by the way. Buy the fear, sell the green. Yeah, I mean, like that's where I don't know. So I'll tell you one thing. It does take. It takes a. This could be totally wrong too. It doesn't always have to work out like this, but I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but it takes some balls to make moves like that, I guess.
Yeah, it
Now
does.
I'm not speaking even as a trader necessarily, because like you can make money going up and down.
Mhm.
You know, if you're short in the market, whatever the case may be, but like most of I got into crypto as a maybe I could take care of my kids someday, or you know, it was more or less a long-term play for me. Only until this year with the volatility and a little bit in 2021 where you know, more on the trading side where I was like, okay, I've made more trades this year than I've ever made.
Yeah, just you were more accumulating. Yeah.
Yeah, and I haven't been, but I
Yeah.
was like looking at it as like long term. So like I'm still trading, but like they're long term trades. Like I was always like, okay, I don't want to get screwed on taxes, so I want to try to hold stuff more than a year. So I also want to try to buy something at the right time. Then at the same time, I'm like, well, you accumulate until you get enough where you can make moves where 5 and 10% or 2% make a difference. So I was never in a
Right.
position to say, like, I'm going to throw $50,000 in the market for an hour
Mhm.
and know that I could totally lose that. I was always, you know, maybe you build up, let's just say you build up a portfolio that's like 100 grand. Well, then you're not as fearful whenever you throw 5,000 in, you know, or 10,000, where it's like, well, if I were to lose this,
Yep.
I'm not selling the ship. You know, I don't have to refinance the house or something. Like, so it
Yeah.
takes a while, and that could be $1,000. If
It
it's
is nice.
$1,000
Yep.
and you spend $100, it's all relative to scale.
Relative.
So
Yeah. Yeah. It is
um,
nice to play with 5,000. It really is. When you trade at least 5,000 at a time, it it is so much easier to trade that way than it is with 300. It's harder
yeah,
trading.
like I don't want to take. I never wanted to take a tax hit on selling $300 just to make, you
Yeah.
know, $30. Like
Yeah.
that was not worth my time or
Mhm.
effort or the whatever the case may be. So,
Yeah.
not saying that that's not you can't make money doing that and you have to move it up. But I was like, well, I'd rather think long term. Like, okay, if I put $300 in and the market goes down, I'm going to go out, work my rear end off, and find a way to make another $300 so that I can put another $300 in the market if it goes down. And I was playing more like long term, and then look at the big picture. Like, okay, let's see where I'm at a year from now. And then if a year I made 10% overall, I'm like, that's still better than having, you know, money in the bank doing nothing. So
Exactly. Yeah.
that was my play compared to like, you know, there's definitely traders that are way better than me that are doing this all the time, and many of you guys are in here are doing it all. But um, you know, I have a bag that I play with, you know, or a certain amount that I play with, and then I have a certain amount that I'm just kind of accumulating. And you know, if it takes 4 more years for me to really see like some massive, like, you know, this year was crazy though because a lot of stuff 5x for me, you know, or 4x, like XRP or XLM or even Doge went from five. You know, I had a big bag of Doge at 5 cents, you know, like,
Oh, yeah. That
and my
was the
original bag that I bought was at two
Yep.
cents So
Yep. 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 So I used to that's what I did is when I started, I didn't trade. All I did was just throw in every week I would put in like 60 to $100. And just put it in. Just it didn't really. I would pay attention to price and try to buy when it dipped, but I would just spend, put the money in,
Yeah,
and then
if I logged in and seen Bitcoin at 108,000, I'm probably not buying $60 worth. You know what I mean? But when you see, I did it's funny to hear you say that too, because when I talk to people about crypto, I'm like, look, you don't have to have big money to start. I said, but I used to pretend like every time I got fuel, if I could afford fuel in my vehicle, I could afford to put the same amount of money into crypto. So
Mhm.
if I had extra money, I would say, okay, I'm going to buy $100 of this or $100 of that, $100 of that. Well, you do that for 52 weeks out of the year,
Yeah.
and now you start seeing a lot more, whatever it is, $5, whatever scale you're on. But then once your portfolio builds, and then all it takes
It,
is like one cycle or one or two good hits
yeah.
where you can,
And then
you
you
get that.
start trading with that, and then you start building up more coin with that, where you're not putting in your own money or additional money, but you're building up the coins, and then then the one day when all that hits, and all of a sudden that amount doubles, so it works out. So where you're not using outside money to trade with, you're trading up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're buying, you're selling it when it's high, and then you're buying back more, and you're gaining more coin to go up with from that point.
And I kind of look at like where we're at now as an opportunity to do that. It's a little different because it's not like, oh, the whole market's tanking. Like Bitcoin is literally just ranging. So it's not like the whole market's going down like it did in 2021, where everything just kind of, Bitcoin hit at 60 some thousand, and then it just started, then it was 50, then it was 40, then it was 30, then it was 20. Like, yeah, alts are taking a beating, but at the same time, like Bitcoin is just like at an average at 9 grand. Like, I'm like, well, I'm still up massively, so it's like, what
Mhm.
I'm kind of watching Bitcoin, and then really for me, I'm watching like the inflow and outflow on the total crypto. If there's not new money coming in, all this money could just shift around. And if everybody chooses, hey, we're going to pull out all these 11 million meme coins and go right back into Bitcoin, then, whatever, maybe we see a Bitcoin, rip up. But I was hoping to see new money come in this year. And I think it did for sure. But I thought overall we would trend up, and I'm interested to see how this plays out. But on these memes, like a Doge or whatever else, like I still have like H bar. I have small bag of SHIB. There was an old bag of SHIB. I've already made my money on SHIB, and I'm like way in profit. So I just kept a little bit in case it does something crazy. But uh, Litecoins, your Solana. I have a couple little like
Delta.
I have a couple of those little ones that like SPA and Spell and
Yeah.
um Flare, because I got that on an airdrop, I think. What else do I got? XYO, because that tends to pump when Bitcoin drops. So like I try to play those ones that rip whenever the other things are dipping, and then it kind of
Mhm.
offsets. Uh, but I mean, most of my portfolio is in blue chip Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Doge, XLM, Chainlink. Uh, more utility, I guess I would consider. As far as,
Mhm.
and yeah, those are bigger market cap type of stuff. But I'm not expecting. Uh, I don't need a 10x. If my portfolio 2x, I'd be like ecstatic.
Mhm.
Like if my overall whole portfolio just 2x, I'd be like, wow, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Um, so I don't know. I don't always aim for the moonshots of, I need 1,000x this or something, or 100x this. I don't think a lot of those will do it. Like if I got a 3x on Doge and a 3x on XRP and a 3x on Bitcoin, or Bitcoin again, I don't think it's going to 3x this cycle, but like I already surpassed the 3x on Bitcoin. So I'm like, okay, I'm more like a 10x, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Trump coin. I mean, we could have dealt without Trump coin. We could have dealt without some of this stuff. I guess I still have a bag of one. I'm just looking here to see. I just got some random stuff, but yeah, 2 to 3x you can quit your job. Exactly. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like a 2x is, but for anybody that has like a smaller portfolio, which in the grand scheme of things, I have a small portfolio too, but you just got to set what's going to make you happy. Like the way I look at it is, yeah, I could sit on this and maybe in 10 years from now, my portfolio, I'd probably hate myself because I sold stuff, but at the same time, I'm like 10 years from now is not guaranteed.
No, it's not.
And
What if something else comes and takes a place?
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like my goal in this whole crypto space was either set something aside for my kid or whatever else, and maybe someday it's worth something, or I build my house, I pay for it cash or as much cash as I can so that I'm not financing it and I don't care what the interest rates are as much, and do that. And so really, if I can accomplish that in life, and do that this year, I always can make money and buy back in and do whatever. But if the opportunity arises in the next couple months where this market does what I want it to do or what I would like it to do, I'm cool getting out and keeping like a 20 grand bag just to play with, just to still be in it.
Yeah.
But that you got to set what makes sense for you. For somebody, it might be paying off a credit card. For somebody, it might be paying for your school loan or whatever it is. I just
Yep.
know that any amount of money I've ever had in the bank has never done, or in stocks really
No.
has never done what.
No, we did
crypto.
well in stocks because we started investing early on and then never really touched it, you know. So over course of a lot of time, it adds up. And so, but a lot of people don't do that.
Well, I didn't as much as I probably should have or could have, because when you own a business, like every available dime that I ever had went into my
Yeah.
company. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
uh, that was that's like my priority one, and then it was kind of like, well, maybe I should start looking at some of this stuff, and I shifted some things, and like some of my stocks they were doing okay, but they weren't growing at the rate that crypto is growing. I was like, well, I'm gonna take that money out of stocks that are, maybe I'm making 5 or 10% a year, but there was, the crypto market at the time, 10 years ago, 9 years ago was, I was
Oh,
seeing 100% and 70% and 30% in days, in a matter of days. And I'm like, okay. Um, so yeah, I mean, there isn't really a right or a wrong. It's just,
no.
what's
What's your risk tolerance?
your
And
risk tolerance and how much time do you feel like giving it, I guess.
well, yeah, and if you're young, you can handle a little more risk versus, older. You need a little more stability and a little less risk if you're relying on that for an income. So if you're wanting dividends, you or if you're using your portfolio to pay your bills or to live off of, that's a whole different picture than it is as like an extra income. It's a different story.
I think what's hard is you got everybody getting in at different times. So when what's
Yeah.
hard, like with YouTube and everything else, is like where some of us are sitting because we bought earlier, have been through some cycles, or whatever the case may be. Like you always got to think of like I've done that too. Like in 2017, I didn't have the best buys, but I did okay because I bought stuff early where I didn't even know what I was doing really. I just kind of was like, I'm gonna buy some crypto, and I wasn't following it. I wasn't in any groups. I wasn't talking to people about. I was just kind of like, all right, I'm buy this stuff and see. I log into Coinbase and figure out XRP was there. I didn't know what XRP was. I didn't do any research, but it was like 7 cents. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to put like $500 into this. And it was like things like that, at that time. So it's hard for me now to look at it for like, to give somebody brand new in crypto. It's like, would I do the same things? Would I put massive amounts of money in it at 95,000 Bitcoin? I just, it's hard for me because I've already seen the other side of it where it was $10,000,
Yeah.
so that's like is $2.43 good on XRP? Like maybe, but it's also been at 50 cents for so long. So like, it's already 3, 4, 5x, 6x, whatever. So I mean, it's a tough market right now, especially when I'm not seeing a lot of new money coming in and a little bit of momentum. It's just kind of ranging. So that's a tough call.
But I think if you have trading knowledge, you can make a no matter what price it is work.
Well, that's the difference too, is if you're looking the trading mentality, absolutely. Like you can, make 10% or 15% in a day or whatever on these swings. Like, that's a whole different, and that's not my expertise. I'm more like, I do make some trades, but I'm not an expert by any means.
I mean, I don't know where anybody can go where you can double your money in a few minutes. I just, it's just amazing to me. It's just amazing. Of course, you can lose it too, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But I just am dumbfounded.
No, I'm with you. I mean, it's like, that's what it's always been intriguing to me. And then, meeting people that are into it, and in the same way, like you got people that are long. I'm sure in this Discord there's people that are long-term holders and not doing as many trades. And, you definitely don't want to miss out on stuff. So I'm like, I'm probably 60% a long-term holder, and, going with the bigger picture type of trades where, hey, I'm buying now, but maybe Bitcoin's at 200,000 in 4 years from now. You're always going to have, that bag. But at the same time, like, I've never seen anywhere where it's like, especially like think of November, the month of November, like what portfolios did from November 1st in like 15 to 20 days.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't make that money. I don't know where else you could do that.
Nope.
Put it in on any level. You put $1,000 in November 1st, and all of a sudden November 15th you have $5,000. Like that's
Right.
it's crazy, and for that could be life changing.
Yeah. And then I look at when I bought savings bonds, for instance, for my kids when they were little, and then they would go cash out maybe 18, 20 years later, and it might have been maybe like $20 more than it was. I don't know. I'm just saying.
No, that was the thing. Like I had
Yeah.
savings bonds that
I know.
that was the thing that like your neighbors would buy you. I
Yep.
remember I still have one left, or one or two, but when you were back in the 80s,
Oh, that was the thing.
that was the thing. Like my neighbors got me, these were just neighbors. They got me a $50 or $100 savings bond. And,
Yeah, you paid a half of the face value, and then
yeah,
you had to wait till it matured. And then sometimes even at maturity, it was like a penny over that.
yeah. Well, I learned, I forget what I traded in, but, we didn't have a lot of money growing up. And my dad said when I was 16, he was like, well, you do have these savings bonds, and I'll leave it up to you. If you want to buy a car, you shouldn't, or whatever. But if you want to put those towards a car, it make the most sense for now, even though a car is like the worst investment you can make. And it was like $5,000 or something, 5-6 grand. And
Mhm.
I cashed in most of them. I saved like the first one. I think I saved a couple that were like some of the first ones I got from when I was born. And
Mhm.
but that was the popular thing to do. Like, and when you're a
It
kid, you
was.
don't realize it. You're like, I'd rather have the toy. Just like when they make those YouTubes nowadays, where it's like, would you rather have $10,000? They ask like a 3-year-old or a 5-year-old, would you rather have this $10,000 or this Hershey bar? And they're like, the Hershey bar. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's crazy how times have changed, and that's where I looked at crypto. I was like, I'm gonna buy this Bitcoin, and maybe it's something I put one Bitcoin in a hardware wallet, and someday that one Bitcoin might be worth $500,000 or 200,000 or something, and
Well, it
my
might be
kid.
sooner than someday.
Yeah, well, no, that's
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking like when Bitcoin was at like $3,000 or $5,000
Yeah.
or whatever, you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
And I'm looking at this like long-term thing, and then all of a sudden, like once you see it, it sucks you in.
Heck, I remember sitting in my room and contemplating, should I spend $75 on Bitcoin?
Yep.
And my son said, Mom, yeah, you ought to buy that. And I
Well, that
thought,
hindsight now, like even what it
yeah,
would have been a couple years ago, but the hindsight, say even in the last 10 years, to imagine, yes, it has been 10 years, but just to imagine, like it is pretty crazy. You know what I mean?
what
Like,
held me back was the fact that I couldn't understand how it was going to be safe. That's what the reason why I did not buy it at $75 was because I didn't fully understand how I could own it, but not know how it's kept. It's not like it was in my own safe deposit box. It wasn't like I had it in my hands.
yeah.
That's what held me back from it. And I thought, well, I don't know how I really have it if I don't have it and I don't have the keys to it and I don't have this and it can get hacked. And so anyway,
One of my first investments, like, well, obviously for my company, was capitalizing the company, and I put like 50,000 into the company, and this was probably back in like 09, 08. And I remember people saying like, you should buy some Bitcoin, whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I'm in the tech space, so like I understood. I wasn't worried about the security as much. It was more or less like I never envisioned it going to. I was so involved in the company stuff that, like, hindsight, I could have put that into the company, or instead of putting it
yeah,
in the company, I could have just put that into Bitcoin and never had to work a day ever again in my life.
that's
But
right.
so it's like it's all in just where you're at. So it's like,
Yeah,
what do you have conviction in? And I was like, well, I had to go with the company. You know what I mean? And then it's like, years back, I think I told that story before, but I had a CD that was 50 grand backing a loan or a line of credit. And I was like, I don't need the line of credit and I don't need the loan. I was like, close that out and, put that into crypto. And it's like, wow, I should have did that like a long time ago. So, hindsight's 2020 in this space, but it is
that's right.
crazy to think of what, you know,
But
something
thank
like that is
goodness
done.
you did do what you did. I mean, you are one of very, very, very few people, right? That has done what you've done. There aren't many men your age or many men or women at all that have even gotten into crypto, period. So you're ahead of the game in spades, right?
Yeah, it's still early. I mean, I have a sell order on Bitcoin that I could not shoot myself. That's the wrong terminology, but kick myself in the ass for selling at one point in time. And fortunately, I was able to buy it back at you know, instead of it being $600 Bitcoin, it was more or less like $2,000 or $3,000 Bitcoin. And I was like, man, that sucks. But that would have been worth probably, I don't know, 500,000 or something today, or some craziness. But like, I always look back at that, and that's why it's like really hard for me to sell. Uh,
Oh,
have
well,
a bag like that I keep and a bag that I play with, because where are we going to be in 5 years from now, or
Me
10 more?
too.
If I, you know, and even if it's not for me, like I'm not saying I plan to live a long time, but you never know. So it's like, even if it's for my kid or whatever, I always want to have that sitting there. I don't think I mean, being in crypto, I don't think I'll ever be out of crypto. But if I can accomplish this goal this year of what I set out to, either way, having a house that's paid off or close to paid off or 50% paid off or whatever, is also, to me, maybe it won't appreciate as fast as Bitcoin, but or crypto, but it's still set the family up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
If it all
I
ends tomorrow, what can you do with it? Nothing. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way I look at it.
I took one of my trades that I did and that I cashed out, and I thought, well, okay, I'm gonna put this amount in my demo trade, right? And at the same time as I took the money out, I put the same position size and whatever into the demo trade just to see. I said to myself, well, okay, I'm gonna watch this. So I'm gonna look back and I'm gonna say, should I have done this, or should I have left it in? Should I have left this Bitcoin in the trade? Right now, that demo trade is still there, and the open price was $34,143, right, and 20 cents. That Bitcoin right now would be, if in my account, $2,903,538 if I'd have just left it there. But I didn't.
Yep. So
So
that
there you go.
that's the half of me that's on the long term. I've seen people get wrecked and lose a lot, like in the last couple cycles.
Mm-hmm.
And trying to time the markets, trying to do whatever else. And at the same time, I'm like, where I've probably made my most. Yes, I've made these 10% and 20%, but where I've made my most was letting it ride, to be honest.
Yeah. So I leave that there just for that purpose, because we overtrade a lot of times, thinking that we can get more. Yeah. Sometimes it's best not to mess with things.
Yeah, that's so I'm like right with you on that. Like it's so I love that there's a lot of people here trading, but some of me's like, you might fumble the bag trying to catch a 10% extra
That's right. Yep.
versus just letting it sit, letting it bake for a year or 4 or whatever it is, and
Mhm.
log in one day when everybody's talking about it, which is kind of like this year in November, end of November, when I'm logging in and going, holy heck, a lot of the stuff that, 2022, it took 2 years and it's really paid off. I'm like, if I was trading it, I would have been worried. I would have been like pulling money out, trying to catch it, trying to do
Yep.
whatever. And I just kept myself away. And if it was down, I'd go out and make more money and put more money into it.
Yep.
And this way I wasn't touching anything except for accumulating. Helped me out on taxes because I wasn't selling. And I'm going to get pounded this year on taxes, based on what I did before the end of the year, which I'm glad I did it because the market went down. But at the same time, it's like, you got to time that as well.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of crazy. I mean, it is crazy. It's fun to learn though from everybody. That's what I like about this, is you got a little bit of everything, and it was very cool at times to log in and be able to see people that were charting this stuff and looking at the moves, and they had their eyes on it, where maybe this summer I was, or 2 summers ago, I'm like, man, my portfolio, I don't even want to look at it because it's down from where it was. Man, I lost. Well, can't say the term loss, but man, I'm down 50 grand. And it's like, that's the first time I've ever been down 50 grand where it's almost like it's gone. And I wasn't like, what just happened? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, you wait, and 2 years later, now you're up 100 grand, and you're like,
Mhm.
what just, you know what I mean? So I don't know. It's crazy. All in a
Well,
2-year span.
it's almost 6 a.m. now. I gotta
Get
go to
some
bed.
sleep. Yeah, go get some sleep. I don't even know why you're still up talking to me. I gotta. This is
Well, because
perfect.
it's fun.
Yeah, you helped me kill 30 minutes. I'm gonna get in the car here in a few, and I'll be at my customers at first light. Knock this stuff out, and
You have
but
a
I'm
good
on.
day.
So get some sleep.
Yeah. Have a good day. Watch this dip here. Hopefully, we'll not go down here to this 200 on the daily. I don't
Well,
think we
the
will.
chart. The charts aren't gonna let you sleep, right? It's not me keeping you up. Don't blame it on me.
I'm not blaming anything on you. I had a good time.
No, I appreciate you, BJ. This is hopefully it all works out for everybody here, and everybody can do well, and
Yeah,
could be a fun summer and put stuff together. I would love to host an event at some point, or some kind of get together. It'd be cool just for whoever wants to come up once we have a place where people can chill.
it's nice to talk with people that you um, share some interest with.
I
All
really
right.
want to be able to say we did it with crypto though too, like just because I think that's a killer story.
It is. It is.
All right, get some sleep. I'll talk to you later. I hope your son has a safe flight, and
Thank
drive
you.
safe on your way to the airport. But I'll be on. I'm hanging out. So if anybody else is on, all
Have a good one. We'll talk to you later.
right.
Bye.
Beast mode says rest range until NVIDIA data. We are in the hands of Trump. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. I mean, Elon's active right now, but we need some kind of hopefully positive news. I don't think the industry can take much more negative right now, my opinion. Maybe not news, action might be a better word. I think it might get interesting this morning when markets open. Bitcoin breaks down. I don't know what that's going to mean for alts. Markets will move. Like right now, I got the time to, I'm driving and paying attention to stuff. Markets won't do nothing. As soon as I get tied up in a meeting or on a phone call or something, that's when big things will happen. Never fails. When we got Michael Saylor buying the dip, giving us a little pump here this morning. If you want to call it a dip. Seems to me like Bitcoin doesn't want to move out of this range. Seems to me like either way, up or down. It's just like, give us something. 92, 100. One of them. What's H bar doing? I haven't even looked. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. What happened there in the last couple minutes? That's just eating it all up, but I felt like H bar was a good buy earlier. I wonder what I got my buy order in at. I have to check that out. That's funny. The random pumpage. It's crazy to think H bar was at 40 cents and now it's down 50%. At 20% or that 20-cent range. Probably wouldn't sleep on H bar, but I think that pump was just based off the US based crypto. Gotta love the crypto space. FTC ends investigation, the Robinhood crypto response, crash.
Just waiting for this daily open now. Let's see what happens.
We ate that candle up pretty quick. Considering Michael Saylor bought $2 billion worth of Bitcoin.
I mean, let's see what happens, man. I'm waiting for this dominance to drop now. And we'll see what happens in the next 45 minutes. So, yeah. I want to see a big drop on dominance right now. If we can break down, we can go right back down to 61.2, 61.15 around there.
Definitely getting some volatility right now. Crazy because we still have what, an hour and 15 minutes or so?
Yeah, I think, yeah. Let's see what happens. I mean, the volume's going up as well. But again, I'm not even looking at Bitcoin right now. I'm looking at this dominance because I want to, if we can, ETH moved heavy the past 2 days. And I'm still expecting ETH to make a big jump compared to Bitcoin. Like I would not be surprised if we see ETH go to 3K this week at some time. So let's see what happens again. Dominance below in the 59 range again. ETH at 3K. I can see it happen.
Good morning, crypto family. Can I have a mic check? Anybody got me? Do I have a mic check?
I hear you.
Can we just type something or say something?
I hear you, BJ.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. So on this dip, we should not see anything below 95,517. It should be the end of our dipping on Bitcoin. And the 4 hours should be finished and should not push below 95,517 here. So if we see it go below that, then we are going to go lower. But in my opinion, we should be done on this route. We should be trending up from here. So that's this candle should not go below 95,517. And then we should be on the up angle from this point. So 4 hour and below should be upwards. So if you look here at the 2 hour on my chart, this is where we're coming down slightly and rounding the corner, but there's an angle that we'll catch here. If you see this, and we'll need to cross the 5 EMA. If we trend below that, then the structure of the 2 hour is going to dip below the pivot point. Okay, so the tip of the time frame is going to come down and then go below, and that will push us down underneath, which would then cause, a further dipping. But then if you go to the 4 hour here, oops, got this. I'm sorry. All right, same thing. The 4 hours up at the, sorry. My alarm time. All right, so on the 4 hour, here's the top is way up here above, and then the price is hanging down right here. And here's the 5 EMA right up at 95,741. So you got this extension. Here's the ascending angular, this line coming across the screen up to the top of the screen edge, and you see here this price marker hanging over the edge, and it's hanging up through the fib spiral. And did you see that where it just pulled right up there? Okay, well it pulled up right along this curve. This curve is the other part of the fib spiral, and that should keep us upward and should be able to grab this this candle up towards the top of it and up to the 5 EMA. So that should keep us from dipping down below any further. So then the next candle should then open up out here. So now we'll go down lower. see towards the 15-minute. And you can see here again that here's that angle that I was talking about. This one. This is the one that just looked like it was going from the lower left of the screen to the upper right. Well, this is the 15-minute now. And here above this blue line right here is the bottom of the time frame. The 5 EMA is at 95,739. So if we can cross this ascending line right here, that corrects this time frame, right? It gets it over and above the 50, and then it brings the 5 EMA up through the 50 EMA, and then we cross where the price previously was high at 95,876, and then we also here a little few minutes ago we did touch this 200 EMA up here at top. We got rejected from it, but then now we're just coming back down through. So these black lines down here, these two black lines, the bottom one is around 95,514, 10 to 14. So if we push down through there, that means that this whole time frame is going to come and down below. Well, again, remember what I said about that 2 hour. Well, that means that chin is going to push down, right? So the point I'm trying to make here is if we correct over the 200 on the 15-minute, the 5-minute, the 1-minute, the 30-minute, and then the 2 hour is going to correct, then we're not going to be dipping below this line anymore because we'll above this ascending. So I'll go back here now, 2 hour. You see, here it is. Here's that curve, this chain. Okay, here's this curve up. Now I'll put the candle on. So here's this 2 hour candle. This candle closes at 1 hour 46 minutes. The new one will open, and look at this line right here. Okay, so you have this curve. Here's the 50. So the new candle will need to open above this ascending line, right? We don't want to be down in here. If we are, that means that all of this is going to be coming down this way. We'll be below this 5, and then so we're going to have a whole another level to look forward to down below 94. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. The 4 hour. Here's the 4 hour candle. This candle has how much left? 95. Where's the hour and 45 minutes, right? So this new candle that opens up at noon, right? Hour and 45, no, 11, right? 11 o'clock, 9:40, 10, 11. So 8, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. Used to be 8 to 12. Now it's 7 to 11. Okay. See how this is dipping. Oh, we're down below 95.4. Oh, yeah. Okay. So this candle between now and the close has got to come up to this line here so that the next candle can open up above. So we can't be pushing down. See that? There's the price, and here we're clicking right on that, right on that dash line. So, I gotta time this out again. I thought I had this. Maybe I still do. All right. So here it is. We have 1 more hour. and 44 minutes. 1 more hour and 44 minutes. We have to come up to here. Then the next candle's there. Maybe we have more. Maybe we have more. Then this candle. All right, I'm gonna have to. Oh, I might be 1 candle behind. Oh, maybe I didn't shake my cobwebs out of my head. All right, I'll be back. Shoot. Am I 1 candle behind? 1, this one, this one, this one. Maybe I am. Mm. Well, we certainly can't be pushing down here. 95.3. This has got to come up to here. Oh, where's that 5 minute? All right, well, I better stop talking or I'm going to drive people crazy. I'll be back. I must have calculated. Sorry, maybe I get 1 too many candles or 1 too less candles. Just a minute.
Everything looks like horrible at the moment.
Bye.